All right, good chilly morning. Sorry about the delay. Had a little trouble with my mic. I hope everybody's doing well. So let's just kick it off with first things first. And we're looking at the news today. And we had durable good orders come in, and they were a little less than expected, which I guess favors the inflation fears. And but there's a lot of contradictory information here. Came in less than expected on transportation. Wholesale inventory is up a little bit, which kind of lends towards inflation. Jobless claims are a little heavier, but initial jobless claims, that's much heavier than what's expected. So that actually bodes well for interest rate reduction. And continuing jobless claims are much lighter than expected, so that bodes for interest rate. So anyway, it's quite contradictory. But going forward, what we have to look at is EIA natural gas reports, which really does nothing. We have the Fed out there who's going to speak, and we'll see what Williams has to say. And then tomorrow is personal income, personal spending. And then next week should be kind of dry because we have non-farm payrolls, and that's usually a rather dry week. And then let's take a look at what's going on the front news of CNBC, see what's hot and what's not. So cheesy. So they're talking about COVID deadly around the world in third world countries. I love this. Musk is talking about bringing Starlink public, and he'll do that when there's a cash flow. Right now it's part of SpaceX, so they'll probably spin it off and bring it public, which is cool. I'll definitely want to take a position in that. And that's it. That's really just the concern. So it looks like today's an up day, but it's really contrary to the divergence on the charts. So here's the S&P 500, and you could see this daily divergence, but we're going to open up right now. We're going to open up at about 17 points. So that's pretty much or 16 will make us just test the all-time high. So it would be interesting if we hit that high and then retrace. But I'm glad that we're going to open up there because it'll give us an opportunity. Breaking that all-time high, I would probably want to go long on the SPX. And then we could take a look at the hype stocks. Really nothing changed on Black Berry. Momentum is down on the daily. Let's just widen this up. Momentum's down on the daily. So really no move. I don't think it's doing anything in the pre-market. Yeah, we're up 2 cents in the pre-market. There's nothing really going on with that thing. And take a quick look at CLOV. And CLOV's up $1. Puts it over that high. That's good. That's a nice move. It looks like it's turning around on that high. I mean, there's really nothing going on until you break the all-time high, but you could consider that a good entry if anybody wanted to get involved. It closed up this gap. There's going to be some resistance right here around the $16 range, but if you needed to get involved in the security, you can consider that a good entry on that break and ride this thing out. And we're looking at AMC. So the daily is still down, and it's down 13 cents. It's got a topping tail on yesterday. I just don't like that the daily keeps moving down. Here's the 60-minute. That's on an uptrend. It broke the momentum trend, which is encouraging. But again, I think we discussed yesterday, it's trading in this channel. It's bouncing between the center, high, and low. So breaking the center, you could you could look for an entry there and maybe ride it up to this channel in hopes that it breaks out of the channel. It's got to break out of the channel to move up, and then it's got the 68.94 and the 72.66 challenge. But for this play to happen, obviously you want to see it break that 72.74 or 66, whatever it is, the exact number. 72.62 actually is the number. So those are the stocks. Now we just wait for the market to open and see what happens. If anybody's new to the channel, I appreciate you joining us. Just hit the subscribe and hit the bell so you know when I drop training videos and my end of the day wrap-ups. And hit the like because it goes a long way. So good morning, everybody. Not a whole bunch of good mornings today. Everybody kind of groggy. All I got is Mr. Williams giving me a greeting. If you're tight on the greetings, just share the likes. I need the likes. Like it up. Any questions or anything? Anybody look at some of my trading videos and my training videos and want some input on that? Mr. Anthony. Hey, good morning there, Mr. Dillon. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Anth. Hey, hopefully that's the worst thing that happens to you today, right? If that's the worst thing that happened to you today, this is a pretty good day. Oh, did we look at Bitcoin? Let's take a look at Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin's getting ready for another drop. Yeah, look at that tail, that topping tail. Am I getting a pre-morning on that? I don't even have it on there. No, man, it's up today, huh? It's up 1,110. Look at CLOV. We looked at CLOV. You late riser? Yeah, let's take a look at CLOV. 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 What's it doing? It's up $1 and change today. So yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, you have the daily momentum turning. So if you needed to get back involved in CLOV, that break of this daily bar could be an entry if you're looking for it. If you look at it on the 60 bank, the 60 is just in an uptrend. It looks like it's rolling over a little bit, but it broke. So now you're just waiting. Oh, which you did that. Yeah, you broke this high right here, so it's on the move. Are you worried about that position, JJJ? What do I think of that? Hey, what time frame do you see that bear flag on? Loop loop. Bull flag. I'm sorry. Yeah, because on the daily, I mean, I don't see a bull flag. For a week hold, I mean, I need more content. I guess you could argue this is a bull flag on the weekly. 5-day. I 5-day chart. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could do that for you. Nope, there's no special links. I mean, I would have to reconfigure it. You know, I don't see what a 5-day chart does for you. I mean, consolidating all week. Well, here's Monday was what? Anybody know what Monday was? Monday was the 10th? No, what am I looking at? Monday was the 21st. So here's the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th. Here's the 21st. I mean, it's really expanding. I wouldn't say that it's consolidating. I'd say that it's expanding this week. You know, it broke this high, and that would have been an entry right there, although the momentum is still unfavorable on the daily. I mean, that's the best I could do for you, loop and loop. I mean, you're looking at a chart that I'm just not keen on trading, which is a 5-day. I mean, but the 60-minute momentum is phenomenal. I mean, there's nothing really that excites me about it, but the momentum's up, and if you're in it, God bless you. I mean, I have no strong opinion on the stock based on what I'm looking at. Yet, you know, always breaking a high is always a good indication that you're going to make a new high. I like the momentum. The break over here would have been a good entry on a long based on the momentum. Not much more I could tell you. Symbols are pretty good too. Anybody own FedEx? I think they're announcing after the bell today. Is that 30-minute trading? Futures on the 30-minute look like they're trading off. Bullish on the 240s, but it looks like the 30-minute has turned negative. U.S. bonds are trending higher. Should put a little pressure on the market. Just trying to figure what my bias is going to be today. Maybe I could take a snip of it and consolidate it. Oh man, if you're going to persist, I'm going to have to just work hard for you. We're talking about Tiger, right? 5-day chart. I don't know, man. Dank. All right, there's your 5-day chart, which is kind of a weekly chart, I guess. So yeah, you could argue this is a bear flag. It's a bull flag. It's a little aggressive. I don't have any indication of where it's trading right now. So if you want to consider that a bull flag, you could take a break right here. The momentum is going in the right direction, so no reason not to. You're going to hit resistance up around this high. That'll be your test. If it breaks that, it may still continue to run. I don't know. It almost feels like sacrilegious having that 5-period. But yeah, you know what? I mean, basically, that's a weekly chart because there's no trades on Saturday and Sunday, so you're looking at a weekly. So if you're looking at a weekly, really, that would you look at like a month or two on the hold on that. Tesla's up. Probably got a target of 681 on Tesla. Yep. Yeah, I always look for bull and bear flags. Yeah, you know, because that's an entry for me. But here you go. If you're watching the screen, Ant, here's a bear flag, right? Strong move down, strong move down, strong move down because it opened at the high and closed at the low. Here's your retrace, and then here's your trigger of the flag, right? As soon as it triggers the lowest point in the flag, that's where you enter. Here's another one right here. Strong move down, strong move down. This is the retrace right here. So the entry would be right here, and then you get that move down. This is a quick bear flag. Here's a strong move up. Here's the retrace. The entry would be right here by my crosshairs. And then boom, 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 boom. Away she goes. This is just kind of a parabolic move down, so it didn't form any flags or anything in that move down. Here's a good one. Strong move down, strong move down, strong move down. And that's what you want to look for. When you're coming to the flag, you want to see that commitment on making the bull. And then that's the retrace right there. And then the break right here. And that's the flag. The entry is on the break of the lowest part of the retrace. I mean, ideally you want to see it retrace and make a little V and come out. You could call this a bear flag. You can call this a bear flag. Some people call this a Z pattern, but you still have the strong move down. This is the move down. Then you get the retrace, and that's what you want to see, a retrace like that. And this actually triggered right here and then kept moving up. Theoretically, that flag would have failed, and that behaved the same way too. So but I'll call them out as they start developing. Hey, John M. Everybody, hit up that that like. I think we're gonna take a watch Tesla today and see if we can get a move on that. Seems pretty aggressive today. Yeah, you bet, Anth. MGM. How much time we got? We got 6 minutes. Let's take a quick look. Doesn't look like I'm having much luck with my chart loading here. Just trying to get my it's just not loading. All right, there we go. We open? Nope, we got 5 minutes. All right, cool. The trend looks positive. I mean, if you're looking for an entry, and because they put a buy on it, it's obviously a long-term hold. This is an investment. It's not a trade. So the trend is bullish. There's no reason. I mean, trading-wise, I don't see anything to induce me to take it. But if you're thinking about it as an investment and you're looking for best entry, or if I was looking for best entry, I would probably just enter right here. The 60-minute is fine. This looks like a bearish, bullish flag. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted, just trying to get the charts right. Oh, okay, so the flag changed. So there's a little retrace, but the momentum looks good. You know what? Watch it today and see what happens when it tests this high. See if it builds a divergence on the 60. If it doesn't, then you could enter at the 43. If you're investing, you don't care. I mean, if it's long term, buy it here. I mean, it's not. You're not going to miss out on 3 points. I don't believe. The lowest I would expect it to go is 42.20, but there's nothing saying it's going to go there. So again, as an investment, I would just buy it and let it go. And if it breaks that 43, then you'll see a move. But when they put a buy on a rating on a stock, it's not that it's going to be an exciting situation. They're talking about investing. Yeah, actually, Viacom too. They're a target of a buyout. Viacom and Roku. And they're down. Market's going to open in 30 seconds. Chilly day today, man. Got all the windows closed, kind of wrapped up. And there she goes. Oh, look at that gap. Man. And she's running. Damn. 300s. All right, that's good. So horses are on the track. Just go paper until you're comfortable with the software. So there's a bear flag forming right now, Anthony, on the SPX 32nd. So you see that strong run up, and here's a little bit of a retrace. And you don't want it to go beyond 50%. I mean, really, you don't want it to go beyond 33% of the bar for a good bear flag, bull flag. And there it goes. It triggered. Testing the high. Composite's pushing up. I think it's going to continue moving. Looks like the Russell is in a bull flag also and pushing up. Little bit of a struggle. So we're at new all-time highs on SPX. Man, what is going on with this thing? Just trying to figure out what the market's doing. Looks like the S&P is hitting a little resistance. Russell's pulling back a little bit. Composite looks like it's breaking out. But we got the financials pulling back, and we have energies pulling back. If we don't get a retrace on this, we really have a target of 42.81 on this. Five-minute looks bullish, but the rest of them look like they're rolling over. Could be a 5-minute bull flag. Just watching this 5-minute for that bull flag. We got a double top on the 32nd. Got a Fed speaking too at 11 o'clock today. It's testing that bear flag. 46 is the break. There's the break. That's the test of the pivot high. And we broke that pivot high. Now the stop goes at 64. Yeah, keep moving. Still a divergence. I mean, we're at all-time highs, so it's really difficult to get a target. Russell's looking heavy. Financials are looking heavy. I'm going to have to go one off right here. Man. Oh, that kind of bumped that up, didn't it? I'm sorry, I'm quiet. I'm just kind of watching the market and seeing how this is going to perform. I have this divergence on the 32nd, and that looked like a head and shoulder, but it didn't play out. And the 1 minute is diverging, and there's actually a head and shoulder on the 1 minute. And that tail is looking somewhat ominous, but it's chewing it up. I guess it blows up at 64.50. Dow wants to move. Composite traded back. We're going to need the NASDAQ to stop moving with it to give us some float. This is the problem when you gap up. You have that move. And oh, wow, it's just getting greedy, I call. And you don't get to participate in that move. Five minutes still positive. Gonna have to trade it on this 5 minute. Good morning, Mr. Ditter. All right, now the composite's making a move to break the high. I guess some zero-sum game right here. Look at that 1 minute just dropping off. Which way are you going to break, honey? You going to break up or down? Oh. Oh. Fuck. Feels heavy. Feels like it's going to drop. I'm going to look at those 65 puts. Come on, man. Give me a buck. Taking one off right here. Taking a third of my position off. Took a third off. Still got 2/3 on. Hmm. Looks like it's doing that last kiss. No, I don't think I hit 330. I was at 320. Yesterday. This should be the last kiss. Momentum on the 2 minute is still looking good. Moving my stop to a break even now. This last kiss should run if it's going to work. Composite's pushing up. It's probably going to drag the S&P up. My next target is that 62.68. Looks heavy. Momentum's still bearish. 5 minutes rolling over. This is kind of a support right here. Oh, it just broke it. Come on, give me that 62. Come on, man. Just keep pushing. I'm going to take another third off right here. Be a big old sissy about it. Let that last one run. I got a break-even stop on that last third. Come on, man, drop. You know you want to. You're looking heavy. No more Trump bash. I'm not Trump bashing, man. I think the guy was good for the country. I mean, I was just discussing his tactic. If he just relied on people who understood what he was going to do, he wouldn't have won the election. So he rallied the mob. Actually, I wouldn't have minded another 4 years, and it was a good setup. He was a tough guy. He beat the hell out of everybody. He was the bad cop. We can go 8 years with a bad cop and then put somebody in place as a good cop and pacify everybody. I mean, obviously, Europe and Canada and all those countries didn't like him because he was putting the thumbscrews to him, making them come up with cash instead of us being, the big daddy and footing the bill on everything. So I'm just pragmatic about things. I'm not idealistic. Man. Oh, I'm out. All right. I'm glad I took that piece down here. What are we looking at the 5 minute? Made a little bit of money. I'll tell you, that's probably a better move than I've seen all week. And it's still pittance. See what this thing's going to do here on the 5 minute. It's moving so slow that 5 minutes is probably the chart to trade. It's going to come up and retest that. I don't know if we could really expect a divergence. I think it might break it and keep going. Scary. $30-minute setting up a bull flag if it doesn't continue ripping. Oh, that's an ominous bar. Am I under 320 right now? No, we must have thrown on a few. No, we opened yesterday with 320 subscribers. We picked up 7 overnight. What is going on? Dow's up 277, composites up 116, and the Russell's up 10. S&P's up 25. Can't feel if it's going to move today or if it's range bound. This was a bear. Oh, you're not looking at the chart with me. This was a bear flag, and it triggered. We didn't get to take advantage of it because we opened up high. Still creating that divergence. See right here? You have this high and the high on the momentum. Let's expand this so it's clear. You have this high and the high on the momentum, and now you have a higher high, and the momentum is not quite there. It hasn't rolled over, so we can't call this a lower high on the divergence. But it doesn't seem like it's got the energy. But everybody could be on the sidelines until after the Fed's, after that last Fed dip. Everybody might be a little apprehensive. Anybody take that trade of the break of that trend line with me? Not a whole lot to talk about. Looks like we're just entering consolidation. I mean, so I forget who was talking about the channel. I think it might have been Tommy. But you could argue that this is a channel right here. And so you would look for a double top when you do something like this. But when it gets long in the tooth, it no longer gains value as a double top and just kind of turns into a channel. This is a 5-minute chart that we're looking at right in the center where my mouse is dancing around. So it looks like we're consolidating in this channel, and now we could wait for a break to the up or downside. I know a lot of people like to ask which way do you think it's going to break, but you really can't tell that. You know, you don't want to predict the market. You want to play the market. So whichever way it breaks, that's the way we're going to take the trade. This on the 1 minute, you can see a pennant that's built. And the 1 minute momentum is kind of negative. If you looked at the support and resistance, this is really just one test right here. So that's really a pivot low. You could actually say that it's in a sloping, oops, that's not what I was looking for. It's in a sloping channel. I've seen traders use that, but I just take the pivot low and call that support. I'd like to see it bounce off of there 1 or 2 more times, and then that's a real good strong support. The fact that this bar right here where my vertical line is closed on that support is encouraging, but I still don't consider that a strong support. It's not a tested support, not until it gets hit again. This trend line has been tested 1, 2, 3 times, so that's pretty good. That breaks, it should get some movement right there. It's still too cold to open the windows. Here's something, I don't really want to mess with that chart. Here's something that I'm looking at. It's Trade Desk, and you can go long some puts, some calls on that. Yeah, it looks like we're chasing it today. Yeah, scratch that. It ran too quickly. I wasn't paying attention in the morning. Testing that high again. And you can see a little divergence going on here. I mean, it could break out. We kept seeing divergences yesterday, and the market just kept grinding up. Russell's pulling back. S&P's the strongest of them all. Composite looks like it's putting in a topping pattern. Yeah, well, time isn't money when it comes to government. Or at least it's not out of their pocket. Looks like the 2-minute momentum's flattening out. The 1-minute momentum rolled. The 5-minute could be making a double top. I just can't figure it. Does this break and it's just crawling. Composite's pulling back. Russell's moving up again. You can see this bull flag on this 2 minute right here. Triggers on the break of that 68.21, 68.22. She's running for it. So where's the top, huh? I went long on that break. I'm sorry I didn't call it out. I was just kind of focusing. It's just chopping. Come on. Composite's pushing. Russell's pushing. Dow's pushing. What's with you? 60-minute bar looks pretty good. Momentum is up. I don't know why I just can't feel this market continuing. I mean, we have a divergence on the 5-minute, but that's a pretty strong 30-minute bar. I took one off at the 70.62. And I'm break even. The 72 is kind of my goal. Everybody's pretty quiet out there. Anybody doing anything? Look at Amazon, turned around. It's trading off. I guess Prime Day didn't do it for them. Apple's consolidating. Tesla's the big daddy. That might have been the trade. I was talking about that too. It just opened up so high I didn't want to mess with it. And that's kind of whipping back and forth. I mean, if you took a break of this high, only picking up $2 on every pullback. Well, this silence you're hearing is off-grid trading, and what I'm doing is teaching the free folk good trade setups for consistent profits and a nice yield curve in the portfolio. And I'm doing that telepathically. So if you like what I'm sending out, hit the subscribe, hit the bell, hit the like. Well, there's a couple of good tails to the downside. Looks like that baby's going to continue moving. That 1 minute is turning positive. I'm trying to get to that 72. Oh, that was a little aggressive. It's going to knock me out again. Got an engulfing on the 1 minute. Good indication that this might turn around. Momentum's trading off. The 2 minute, though, doesn't look as ominous, but it still has time to close. She's going to make a hammer. So on the 1 minute, you got an engulfing. Come on. You got an engulfing with an inside bar. And you'd be more apt to take the break to the downside on that. You take the break right by the inside bar. Momentum is favoring that downward move. Everybody's kind of quiet out there. You all trading? Hopefully you're paper trading until you're comfortable with what you're doing. Now we're just building inside bars. Oh, there we go. That was a break to the downside. It's finding support over here. Oh, 72 degrees. All right. Once I'm out of this trade, it's time to open the windows. All right, cool. What'd you take? Did you take anything, Tommy? I took this break of the high right here, and I took one off already. But you can see this divergence on the 1 minute. And if you look at the 2 minute, it looks like the momentum's trending down. I mean, it's bearish. But, you know, this is an oscillator, so it could just be recovering from that move. That bar right there is kind of makes the whole thing questionable. You know, that long tail to the downside, and look like we're making the move up. Yeah, it's just not committing anyway. At 5 minute, you could argue a double top. I mean, could still make the break. Yes, they're trying to. Dave, you are helpful and you deserve a huge following. Hey, I couldn't agree more, Andrew. So, hey, spread the word. There's a Twitter link down there, and you could share the channel. You know, the likes and the comments are cool because the more we chat and the more you guys like me, the more YouTube spreads the word out. And if you want to support the channel, there's that PayPal link in there, and I think everybody should be able to use the PayPal link. This way, well, got rid of that Cash App because I don't want to be a call girl. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the vote of confidence. You hit something wrong. All right, man. That's why you know, you got to do that paper trading for a while. You get the hang of it. Actually, I goofed too. This morning, when I took a position, I went to close one and I bought more. Fortunately, it went the right direction, so I didn't get hurt. And then I managed to close all those. But you know, sometimes it happens. And me throwing the streaming in the mix just makes it a little more difficult. But it happens. I just have my other 2/3. Actually, you know what? I'm going to raise, put a third up at the 69.45 and just make a little money off of that third. Looks like this thing's coming back. I'll leave 1/3 at a break even. Just retested that trend line. Momentum is just nosediving. Momentum on the 1 minute is nosediving. Wouldn't really call it a nosedive on the 2 minute, but it does appear to be moving down. Once that 5 minute rolls over, then looks like I mean, it keeps messing with you, you know, doing these head fakes. You see these tails to the downside, and you know, it just looks like the bulls are in favor, but then it fades off. There's no commitment. Could be because we've got the Fed lingering, so we may see better opportunity after he speaks. But every day it works, just stays down here. A day in my favor. But from the breakouts, so those are the moves that I'm getting. I'm picking up like a buck and a half every move. It's frustrating. It's not what I show up to work for. Oh, did you hit me up, Tommy? I appreciate it. Did I give you a thank you, a shout out? TLRY, yeah. Yeah, I looked at TTD, actually, this morning, and then didn't focus on it, and that took off on me. TLRY. It depends on what the merge is, and then it just represents the shares in the new company. If it's a 1-for-1, it's pretty clean and easy. But you know, if it's a 2-for-1 or what have you, then they adjust the value of the contract. So you'll have odd contracts. You could have like a contract that represents 50 shares, just based on what the value of the merger is or how they structure the deal. Because yeah, you know, some companies that are doing the buying, the company that's being bought, the securities are worth half. Have you found yourself in that situation, John? Oh, good. I'm glad that I did. I'd like to think that my mama raised a gentleman. I'm feeling there's a move in the day, but, well, this is interesting. This 5-minute, I mean, keeps giving us these tails to the downside. Yeah. I mean, based on that 5-minute, I would say that this baby should pop. What time is it? That 30-minute, where'd that 30-minute chart go? All right, so we got a bear flag pulling, building, but we still have 17 minutes on that flag. Oh, okay. I think we discussed yesterday when the stock gives you the finger. So you see this histogram right here? Let's see if I can make it clearer. Bing, 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 bing. Bing. That's hard to see. But if you see right here, you have one down bar. So this one's positive, that blue one. This one's negative. If the next one goes positive, that's kind of what I call the finger. And when it gives you the finger, that means it's going to rip the other way of the finger. Oh, is SRX merging? Yeah, are they merging or are they being taken over? So, but Loop and Loop is right. If they merge, then your contract will be represented in the new ticker symbol with the appropriate share amount. And if it's an acquisition, it will be represented in the acquiring company with the appropriate share amount. Man, do I take this break? No, I'm not going to take this break. Composite looks weak. Financials look weak. Energy's moving up. So, as far as support and resistance, this is a good resistance right here. We have 2 tests of that high. Makes a good resistance. You could throw a trend line in right here. So it didn't give us the finger. This one is negative. It could turn around and go positive. It's got to close. And you have better than 2 minutes. Well, actually, you have 3 minutes left in it. I don't understand the question. If you buy in the money, even though you might have paid more for it, it still has more value than what you paid for it, right? It should be dollar for dollar for how much it's in the money, and then there's intrinsic value and time value thrown on it. So it's not worth more than what you paid for it, unless the spread is more than what you paid for it, but I don't think that's probable. Nope, here we go. Oh, that's aggressive. But you could argue on this 30-minute chart a good bull flag. So this consolidation really doesn't mean anything. A bit of a divergence on the 30-minute though. But it would have to trade down pretty aggressively to trigger that divergence. it's hard to feel enthusiastic about the moves up when you have this divergence on the daily. So that makes you very cautious. What time is it? 10:49. It's probably the most aggressive bar of the day. And you can see we put those trend lines in there. It's a nice strong bar down on that 1 minute. There's a 2 minute bear flags triggering. Thought she was looking kind of heavy. Sorry about that, folks. It's a nice midday reversal. So I took the Fibonacci and I put it halfway between the gap, and that's usually just a logical place to put it. So that would be my 100% retrace, because when you do a gap fill, you could really only expect half a gap fill out of it. Sometimes you get a complete gap fill. So I started my Fibonacci there, went to the high of the day, and you could see we did that triple top right there as the momentum was fading, and we came down to the 2360. So breaking that, your next goal obviously would be that 33%, and then the 38, you'd probably want to take a third off. And then your end run would be around the 50%. I don't know if we're going to see that today. Well, that's only 5 more ticks away, so that's not impossible. A bear flag on the 1 minute. Yeah, you could argue a bear flag on that 1 minute. It's not ideal. Well, actually, right here you would say the bear flag starts. This would be your trigger point. So, yeah, it extended here, and then traded back here. So the next bar would be would create your trigger point, and then your test would be down here. I think I would look more to the 2 minute for the flag, which it's pretty much identical, just 1 bar less. You get that hammer right here, but the momentum is still very negative. It's just interesting. Where did this line come from? Oh, here's the line was a resistance that broke and ran, and I believe we took that trade. But it's interesting. On the break, you could see how it favors the resistance, now becomes support, and it was support right there. And now it's going back and testing it again as resistance. But once it broke, it really negated the line. But it's interesting how there's a symmetry with the lines that you put in. But it wouldn't be something I would trade off of, except for this area here and the break to the upside. So I'm just getting rid of that bad boy. Looks like the 2 minutes rounding out a little bit. Could be a trend reversal here. It might move back up to that line. Really, should put a support in right there, which now becomes resistance. Not even a good support, to tell you the truth. It's only tested once. I would probably favor the trend line. Here's a classic flag right there. So retrace and a break. A couple of bars would be better. Here's another flag right here. Retrace and a break. This looks like a trend reversal. You got this lower low, and then this higher low, and the momentum is following it. And it would trigger breaking that high right there. I don't know if I'd play the retrace. All right, sir. Work first. Yeah, Toss is a good charting platform. Looks like we're making a double bottom. We'll see if we break through this pivot low right here. Wonder where we're trading in terms of opening day, opening range. Oh, we're back inside of it. Let's just make those babies green. TOS, yeah, Toss. Think or swim, right? That's what it is. Think or swim. Yeah, I know a lot of folks who use that. All right, so we're inside the opening day range. The opening range. Made a double bottom. But, I mean, that would only be a retrace of the retrace. So, I don't know if anybody would really be interested in that. Only a buck. Let's take a look at what AMC is doing to everybody. Oh, that flips all my charts. Drat. Well, that 60-minute momentum turned around, huh? It's just in that channel, though. The daily just keeps fading off. Less and less buying power. Got a shooting star on the 60. If it breaks below 63, we might get a move back down. Momentum seems like it's kind of strong, though. Although you could argue a divergence. This is the high here, there's a high here, and it's high over there. Could look for that break probably into the afternoon if it happens. That break on the 60, that'll be a nice long move. All right, I'm out of the trade. I'm going to open the windows. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that stereo mic is crazy. I don't see the bleed. I mean, it's just kind of lingering there. It's beautiful out, beautiful sunny day. So that Fed should be talking. We're kind of consolidating. Looks like we put in a double bottom over here. Might be making a retrace. I mean, we're up 25 points. Fairly decent move. Doesn't feel like anything's feeling very heavy today. And Russell is moving up. Just kind of watching the market. I know I'm kind of quiet today, but took a couple of trades, made a few bucks. Missed that reversal. Frustrates me a little bit, but that's because my focus is all over the place. So this is the daily reversal. Fell within the 10:30, 11 o'clock time. Classic double top, and then a break of the trend, and it would have given us a nice bear flag. Oh man, talk about not paying attention. So that move would have been 69 to 65. It's only 4 points, but so we kind of did that for the day anyway. I mean, that's what's interesting. We just go into these consolidations, and that's the problem with popping up. I mean, we're looking at a day that we're up 26 points, but we didn't get anything out of this whole move right here, this whole gap. And then at the open, we got 56 to 65, so we got about 10. Oh, that's about 20 points. 41 to 57. Oh, so we had 10 points in the open. And then we had a 20-point grind. And when you're looking at all this mess, you're not going to catch that 20 points. That's an aggressive move down. Yeah, we're just consolidating right now. I guess they're waiting on the Fed. This, I wouldn't even argue a reverse microtrend here. That's a good support right there. Hey, if you guys have the ability in the TOS system, I would recommend that you hotkey your lines, your trend lines, and your horizontal lines. That way you could just throw them in real quick. That's one thing that's a drag about Ninja. You have to, you have to click the toolbar and then grab the line. But if you hotkey it, you could do it pretty quick. Sounds like I'm hearing shots out there. It looks like she's making a move down. So what do you think? You think that that daily divergence is going to trigger today? I'm wondering if we're going to have a shooting star. We can catch that break tomorrow. Probably fill that gap. We've got a shooting star on the 60. A little bit of a tail, but if it breaks that 63, could retest that low of the day. If I see a last kiss on that that break, I'm going to take that. So we have this this support line right here. You can see it's tested twice. It traded off, and then it broke it. So I'm looking for a last kiss to get into that, because what I want to do is see if I can catch this break down here. But if I can catch it on a last kiss, I'll be 2 points in the money by the time we break. So I'm looking for the last kiss. I might get a, oh, there you go, there you go, there you go. It's overvalued. I'm going to take that break. I'm looking at the 265s. I'm in it. Got my stop right above that high. Like I said, I'm trying to get into this break down here, if it's going to happen. Momentum's negative on the 5. It's negative on the 2. The 1 minute's rolling over a wee bit. Nah, come on, push down. Composite's kind of messing up this this play. There you go. There you go. All right, so we're testing the low. Got to break through that low. Oh, go, go, go. All right, I'm going to take one off. Just put a little something, something in the bank. And I'm hit. on my one off. Yeah, look, I got a money sound. I can't find it. Oh, here it is. One off. I want to vote. Is that cheesy? So I got my 2/3 at a break even right now. I'm just hanging in. I'm trying to get into that 60-minute break. If you see where my crosshair is, the 63.48. So if I take that break, I think there's a good chance I could test the bottom. I might be able to get a good run out of this thing. And actually, let me take a look over here and see what my fibs look like since we're in the mix. I'm halfway through. We're bouncing off that 38. What does she look like if I just fibbed it right to there? And we're at the 50. That's all right. I'm going for the low. So you can see it pivoting down. It's in a downtrend. 1 minute's in a downtrend. Momentum's looking negative. That's cool. Two-minute momentum is still looking negative, and you can see that nice long downtrend. We could probably trail this on the 5-minute and do very well. Yeah, if we want to manage this trade, we can manage it on the 5-minute. And we were in it 65 56, 65 60. Well, I'm going to hold it to break even until I get more move on it. Look at that. Got me excited. It was making that move for it. No, it's going to do it to me again. There you go. Let's see. Is this a double bottom? Are we going to keep... Oh, it's not even going to test that bottom, huh? Putting up a fight. So that was a nice last kiss that we got in on. Banked a little bit of money. So here's the double test of the support, making it a good support. Came down aggressively, broke the support. We waited for the last kiss. The entry was right here, the 65.60. Took off one right about here. I think I only snagged about 75 cents on that. Per share. Moving my stop down. If it's going to continue the trend, it shouldn't break above that 65.11. If it does, then the trend has ended. And I'll just have to find another entry if we get close to that 63. Looks like it's going to take me out. I need that NASDAQ to turn around. Nope, there it goes. Oh, I'm out. Break even on the second, the 2/3 of the position. Money on the first third. What time is it? 29. So it's a new 30-minute bar. That's really what this retrace is right here. I might take another look at it at that break of that break of the low. Again, I'm trying to catch on the 60-minute. I'm trying to catch this shooting star. If we break that shooting star, we could get a decent move down. I'm hoping maybe we even test the low today. I mean, you know, we're up 23 points. We've been ripping for days. So here's a daily chart. I mean, this is a pretty aggressive move. 165. I mean, that's almost 100 points in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 without a retrace, man. This would be the 4th day up. That just doesn't make sense, you know. So I'm expecting a wee bit of a retrace. We might get a shooting star out of this baby, and then we could get a really nice move out of that tomorrow. And I need the retrace. But they're just going to make you earn that shooting star on that 60-minute. Russell's pushing up. Looks like it's making a new high. Now the Nasdaq's fading off, but not when we needed it. Who knows what that pattern is right there on that 5-minute chart? Anybody? Anybody? Got anybody answering these questions here? Anybody even listening to me? Any of my free folk able to identify this pattern? Everybody took an early lunch? Are you guys chasing the meme stocks? What's going on? Nobody, huh? Come on, somebody's got to be able to tell me what that pattern is. All right. Nobody gets the chicken dinner. That's a classic head and shoulders right there. Classic. Momentum's fading down. You got the, where is this? Here, this is your move up. You got the right shoulder. Here's the momentum. You got the head that's higher, momentum lower, and then you got nobody what now? Head and shoulders. There you go, loop and loop. And look at that shoulder, and look at that momentum, man. That's what you want to see, that shoulder with that momentum dropping off, and the head with the momentum lower than the right. Oh, I'm lost. Then the left shoulder. Oh, forget about it, man. That's like classic. So here I put the neckline in, and all it's got to do is break that bad boy. The support would be the test. We just need that to move down. That's very encouraging because, again, like I said, what I was looking for Bearish downtrend if it breaks. Yes, sir. Loop and loop. All right. I'm glad people are with me. I thought everybody left me and went to Matt's channel. So here, you know, what we want to try to take part in is this shooting star. So if it breaks right here, then we should get a really nice move out of that. I mean, this is encouraging. This is like the first bit of real trading we've seen all week. You know, we have a plan. We could see into the future if something executes, and we have a lower time frame that's kind of supporting that and giving us an indication that that's a good trade. So I don't know about y'all, but I'm excited. I just want to see it happen. I mean, we've been heartbroken so many times this week. Just making these little nickels and dimes. In the middle of work, what are you thinking working while we're streaming? Ran away for a little bit. I bet that's music to your parents' ears. So anyway, we're going to be patient. We're going to watch this. Hope it executes. I really want to try to play that shooting star. I'd like to see that play out. So this is the 5-minute. That's the 60-minute. That's what I'm looking for. That shooting star right there. Break on that thing, and away she goes, man. I guess in theory, because nothing's ever a guarantee. The 30 is bearish. Yeah, you know, because we have this divergence, but I mean, I couldn't even argue that that's a tweezer. You know, it's negative. If it breaks here, it might. I mean, it's just not as encouraging as that 60-minute. But the beauty is that if the 60-minute does break, I mean, that's just a longer move. You know, that could be like a 15, 20-minute move. I would like to catch that baby down to 57. That should be about 5 points, 500 a contract. Or maybe get half a gap fill. Oh, am I just being too much the optimist here? Well, actually, this is the close. So half the gap fill would be at the open. 49 would be about half the gap fill. We could use a 20-point run, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to play these with the 60s. Let me get them loaded up. More volume on the 255s, but I don't like doing that. Oh. Yep, that's what I want. I want the puts. Yeah, I think I'm going to look at the 265s. No, don't be afraid. Come on, make that break. If we get this move down, we may very well have a shooting star for the day. And we could look for maybe 42.20 on a swing trade if you guys are into that. There's the break. Your stop should go around 42, right over here. I would put my stop. We're going to test this support right there, which is really just a pivot low on the head and shoulders. Come on, baby, keep going. Oh, and we broke that shooting star. So that 60-minute shooting star actually triggered. And because we traded it on the 5-minute, we don't have to take the risk of the 271 on the 60-minute. We could have our risk right here. And look at that negative momentum on the 30-second. I mean, we're only moving $1 so far, but come on, baby, keep going. That 1 minute looks negative. Come on, just keep pushing down. Oh, the composite is helping us. NASDAQ's trading off, heading for its, I don't believe that's the low of the day, but it's heading for a pivot low. Oh, it is the low of the day. Is it? Oh, no, it's not. Low of the day is the open. Rather bearish pattern on the composite, too. Oh, this may be the turnaround, ladies and gentlemen. And we may be in it. Got a bear flag building on the 30-second. I hope somebody took that trade with me. Oh. That's all right. We're still halfway through that 5-minute bar. Oh, I hate summer markets, man. That baby should have just screamed. Momentum is still negative on the 5. Rounding out on the 1 minute. The 1 minute's been choppy. Actually, it's a bear flag on the 1 minute if it doesn't retrace too aggressively. Yeah, it should be a nice move if it doesn't whip us out. I think it's going to do a last kiss right up here, 64, which will still keep us in the game if it does. I mean, if it knocks me out and breaks again, I'd probably take that trade again. Did Tesla turn around? That'd be nice. It'll pull the S&P down for me. Yo, the Russell is just a monster. Oh, I don't like that little hammer on the 5. Sleepy little market. What on earth is in there? Yeah, that's the S&P. Oh, there's the problem, Dave. All right, she went overvalued. Come on, pull back down. That's just a consolidation. We need a lower low, a lower high, rather. Most disagreeable. So if you're just joining us, we're just watching this head and shoulders pattern. We took the trigger right here. It moved down, then traded back up. We have our stops up around the 66 range. We're risking a little bit of money, like $3 a contract. But the momentum is very bearish. And on the 60-minute, we actually triggered a shooting star. So if we were playing that shooting star, really the stop would be up around 271. So we're trying to take advantage of it without having that much of a risk. So we're looking for about 16 points out of this bad boy if it does break. But this is the game, man. This is the price we're going to pay to see if our idea works. Momentum's rounding out. That's a little foreboding. One minute looks like it's in a consolidation. How much time we got left on this bar? We got about 11 minutes on that bar. Momentum on the 30 is still rolling over, but we're leaving a couple of wicks to the downside. I'm taking a little bit of heat. See if it respects that cloud. If it breaks through that cloud, we got a wee bit of a problem. But this wouldn't be a last kiss on that. Yeah. It's going to shake out the weak sisters. All right, we could still argue that it's in a downtrend. Here's a high, here's a low, lower high. We need to make a lower low. We got a trend reversal pattern going on. We got 7 minutes left in that bar. 30-minute bar, that is. Got 7 minutes left in that 60-minute bar. All right, so we got the Russell turning around, we got the composite turning around, and the SPX. Let's see if we could drag each other down. Tesla's pulling back, Amazon's pulling back, and we're at lunch. Hey, Zach, welcome back. Yeah, I figured out that when I put my mic on stereo, you could pick up the background noise. Hey, Finn. Greetings. Good to have you back. No, now it's warming. A whole bunch of old friends joining us. So anyway, if you guys weren't listening and just hopping on, what we're doing right now is you could see this classic head and shoulders, and we took this break right here. We had our stop up at the 66.33, and it pushed down and then traded back, and we didn't get stopped out yet. We got within 30 cents of being stopped out, which that's always fun. But we took that head and shoulders, and what we're trying to do is get into this this shooting star on the 60-minute. And if we just played the shooting star, we would enter that break right there at 63.48, but we'd keep our stop up at 71.67, and that's a lot of risk. So we looked for an entry on the 5-minute, and it gave us this head and shoulders. And it kind of snapped back. I'm sure a lot of stops, people who took this put their stop right at the 64.90. And that's what this just did. It kind of knocked what we call the weak sisters out. And we had our stop up around 66.45. So we might have stayed in the trade. And again, we're just looking for this run right here. And it should, we might be able to snatch about 16 points on that bad boy. And then if we look at the 30-second, just to manage the trade, here's a high, here's a low, lower high, and we need to make a lower low. If this makes a higher low, then that's a reversal, a trend reversal. And you know, we could argue that it's going to break this high right here and take us out. And really, if you took this trade, you could knock 40 cents off your risk and hold that high. I'm going to just stick around this high, the original stop. But that 5 is remaining negative. that 5 momentum. So anyway, that's what we're into right now. The 2-minute momentum looks neutral. The 1 minute looks bullish. Boo! I just want to see negative across the wall. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks, Zach. Yeah, we had a few trades, made a few bucks. A little cold in the morning, but it's warming up. All right, so it did. Well, yeah, you know what? You could still consider this the down move. The momentum's looking negative. Come on, keep pushing. I think this move is going to work. I think it's just going to grind its way down. But we're just going to trade the market as it presents itself and not worry about what Dave thinks. But we could say if it holds this trend line, we are bearish. Oh, they suspended Giuliani from practicing. Wow. Yo, let me tell you, man. You don't want to go up against the good old boy politicians. They will go at you tooth and nail. Alrighty. Well, hopefully you get that out. You paid $1.02 per contract, or you paid 10 cents per contract. Mr. Ditter. Oh, there she goes, breaking again. Come on. Come on. Man. Looks like the Russell entered a downtrend in the 1 minute. Oh, it's turning that around. Composite's turning it around. We're not getting any support from the other markets. That's what the problem here is. That's why we're not falling through the floor. Everything's consolidating. Five-minute momentum's rounding out a little bit. We're on that support line, and that's what's kind of hanging us up. Come on. Oh, all right. Composite looks like it might be rolling. This market just doesn't want to drop. Yeah, this move is getting long in the tooth, man. Stuck in the trade at lunchtime. Can't even take the break. And I'm hungry. Oh. Ah, look at that. Yes. Monkey's uncle. Amazon, how's Amazon looking? It took a beating. You holding it for a week? Let's see if we could do that and manage the trade at the same time. No, it looks like a bear flag right there. It's got a hit. I mean, the daily momentum is trending up. This thing. Most disappointing. The 60 minutes trending down. So it kind of looks like what the markets look like. It looks like things are getting heavy into the afternoon. But you got a lot of support here. So you got a topping pattern on the 60. And you could argue that this is a bear flag. I mean, if it breaks that low of 482.74, then you could look for a move down to 457. So right now, I'd have a bearish bias on it. As far as the dailies go, still looks kind of bullish. I mean, the momentum looks bullish. It's still not catching that high. Very strange pattern. You could see this reversal here, and it took off. So it's probably got to make another low before it heads on its way up. Boy, this is just going to irritate the hell out of us today, huh? It's just fighting. But, I mean, we keep making lower highs, so that's encouraging. But we have to break this lower low. And the composite just keeps pushing up while the S&P and the Russell trade down. I mean, we really need everybody to march in the same direction for this trade to start gaining energy. Can't believe how long I've been in this trade. So if y'all are swing traders, because I know a lot of guys can't day trade, you could watch this daily S&P and see where it closes. See if it makes a good hammer or a good shooting star, and then this break might be enticing tomorrow if you see it break, and then you could look for a retrace on this move here. I mean, that's what I'm watching. I'm hoping that the market moves lower and creates this shooting star right here. Doesn't seem to be working in my favor. But we have the whole day, and you have this gap. I mean, I'm just afraid that it'll open tomorrow and, low and fill that gap, and then retrace up. But if we open flat tomorrow and break, you have a nice move to the 23 retrace, and then I mean your ultimate target would be 217. It's pretty aggressive, but you may be happy at the 33 and take your profits there. So anybody who swing trades might want to keep an eye on that, see if it works for them. Man, oh man, oh man. Still making lower low highs. I mean, for the 30 cents, I'm not motivated to mitigate my damage, my risk. See if those lower highs continue. Amazon's pushing up. It's really the NASDAQ that's doing this. It's dragging it's dragging the S&P up. The Russell is just falling off. And this bar is still very young, so it could turn around. Even with the move up, it doesn't look like the 30-minute momentum is trying to turn. Oh. Oh, that's it. I'm out. Drat. So the shooting star still hasn't failed on the 60. So we could still look for another entry. But look, that I might even take another entry on this break again of the neckline. Look at that. That's like a run on stops right there. And did the composite turn? Oh, look at that. Yeah. Yeah, that last move up just knocked me out, but I'm not opposed to getting back into the trade. I'll probably just hold that. I'll probably enter again at around the 63.18. That's frustrating. I mean, that was a beautiful head and shoulders on the 5. You got that shooting star on the 60 ahead of it. Leave us alone. Where's my opening range? Yeah, I think that baby's gonna break again. All right, I'm setting a stop loss at what I think will be the price right here in the event that I miss it. All right, I'm going to take like 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and then I'll be back. All right, I'm back, and I didn't miss the break. That's cool. Let me just take my stop loss out, and I can do it visually. Yeah, I think I fell in. Well, actually, I noticed that my hummingbird feeders were empty. Yeah, look at that 5 minute, man. It's still, even with that retrace, it still feels very bullish, bearish. Still trying to get that move. Yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah. All right, Davey needs a little music in his ear. Keep him sane. Or at least my rendition of sanity. Fucking broad. Nothing really to talk about. We're just waiting for this thing to make that break. I'm hoping for that break again. Just watching the 5 minute for it. So now the composite sells off, and this just kind of lingers. Yeah, it must be lunch because nothing's making sense now. Composite selling off, Russell selling off. S&P's fighting back. No, I hate when a plan falls apart. I don't know, man. I'm just not feeling this move up. So I may not have mentioned it before, but this is off-grid trading, and what I'm trying to do is demonstrate my trading setups so that people can make use of them and earn a consistent living trading and become a consistent and profitable broker or trader, and be able to do this anywhere in the world and live off grid. So if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe, hit the like, hit the bell. You can check out some of my training videos. There's Trading 101 that I just started that series. Look at this little push-up. Oh my goodness. I'm thinking maybe looking for a double top on this 30. Because we definitely... Oh, we'll have to see how it goes. And if you got some questions, just drop them in the chat while we're hanging out. We could talk. Boo. Not too happy about this move. Had a nice divergence here on the 5-minute. Thought we built a nice head and shoulders, but it just wouldn't run. It broke and it just wouldn't run. This is an interesting move. No, I don't see anything in the news. Look at that retrace, huh? What's that bar make our 60-minute look like? Well, now you could argue that this was a bear flag that triggered. So if you're playing that shooting star, it hasn't negated yet, but now it's a bear flag that triggered, and it would fail if it breaks below that 62. But still a bit of divergence, and that bar's got some time. So we're popping above the opening range. And then we traded back, and now we're testing it again. And we're in the opening range right now. And the opening range is the movement we had in the first 30 minutes. And I don't really consider this gap up. But you could very well argue that this would be your proper opening range. I think I'm going to take a put right here. Come on. Can't even get one off in the move. We got Tesla selling off, we got the composite selling off, and the Russell keeps pushing up. Man, I just need all three markets to turn and head the same direction, and we are money. All right, come on, go down with the composite. Energy's kind of holding it up also. Energy is up for the day. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. There you go. All right, I'm a third off. Bringing my stop to a break even. Hopefully I don't get whacked out again. So I was watching this double top, and I think I said it, but I might have choked. But anyway, I went long and put right here. Took a third off. I'm taking them off pretty quick because it's popping back on me. And that high right there is my break even. So I move down to that break even, that pivot point. And that's pretty much how I'm managing the trade, keeping everything tight because it's just so whippy, nothing runs. If we could just move down for the next 8 minutes, I think this 30 minutes about to roll over. And the composite is trading off. I mean, that should be dragging the S&P down. Just won't let go. Looks like the Russell might be putting in a double top right here. It'd be nice if that retraced a little bit. Yep. Okay. Hey, did you get knocked out, Andrew? Amazon's pushing down nicely. Go, baby, go. Tesla's pushing down. Oh, that should start dragging everything down. Oh, the Russell turned around. Come on. This might be... come on, man. Everybody else is going down. What? That's it. I'm buying an ice cream parlor. I'm done with this. How about a flower shop, right? You could always feel good delivering flowers. Dark pool trades. Oh, my God, man. I mean, where are we? In Russia? It's down $1.50. There's nothing going on. I mean, they're crazy. Crazy people. Look at this thing. Yo, I keep getting one off all day. I mean, all right, at least I'm not losing money, but... Yeah, is the guy strung out? But it's right where it's been. I mean, it's not doing anything out of the ordinary. As far as AMC goes, I'm conversing with Anthony. It's got a support around 51.67. There's really nothing to worry about until it breaks that. Then you got to start questioning. But it's just in a consolidation pattern. Momentum is fading off, though. I'm looking at a 60 right now. I have it off screen because I'm also watching. My trade. Dark pool. Oh, man. That's what happens when you start getting squeezed or losing money. Everybody thinks there's a conspiracy going on. Look at this thing, man. Knocks me out, then turns around. The 1 minute, the daily, the momentum is just fading off. There's no buying going into it, and the volume is really fading off on the on AMC, on the dailies. Hold it, I gotta place my trade again. For like the 10th time today. I think I'm gonna wait for it to break that low. It's actually a good resistance right there. It's fading out. You can call that a bear flag. I think I'm going to try that right there. Ha! Yeah, it's rigged and manipulated on a daily basis. Those are some mighty bold statements. Well, what kind of dark pool trades does she think is going on? She thinks the hedge funds are liquidating their position or closing their shorts. And who's buying them, right? I mean, it's got to be professionals who are in there. So why would, I mean, if you want to go long, why would you eat up all that buying power and hide it, you know, as a professional? You know, so who's accommodating these dark pools? Somebody had mentioned that I should do an interview with Matt, but definitely don't want to do it in the down days because I'm sure he doesn't want to hear what I have to say, especially about the dark pool thing. Besides, I've got my own problems. I can't get the market to drop. Yeah, I talk to anybody. I just, I don't know how they feel about me. I mean, I feel there's a certain amount of marketing that's going on there. Oh, look at this. Come on, man. Okay. Well, you know what? On the 5 minutes, still not breaking highs. All right, cool. Yeah, I would consider talking with Trey, but I mean, I'm gonna call it like it is, and it seems like these guys want to do more a bias on the stock's gonna move and hip hip hooray, and that's just not my bag. But if he wants an objective opinion, I mean, today's not the day because I will definitely poo-poo the conspiracy theory. I mean, just after GameStop and then this squeeze, the regulators have their eyes all over this thing, man. I don't think they realize how regulated this industry is. So, I mean, this is the last place you'd want to pull a little sleight of hand. And you're talking about people who, their businesses. I mean, they're going to compromise their business just to be right? No. I mean, they took risk. They know what it is. I mean, you see traders don't sit in trades and hope that they work out. These guys have their stop loss or their target stop losses, and when the market hits that, they're going to close their shorts, and that's that. I mean, it's all calculated risk. So if these guys have if the buying power is strong enough to push these guys to the point where they have to call the idea broken, then the squeeze is going to work, but they're not. I mean, like I keep preaching, don't move your stops and discipline. I mean, this is industry standard. This is not something that goes on off-grid trading. I mean, this is their standard. They're not compromising their whole business on this position. And if they took a loss on this position, I'm sure it's one of many that they've taken a loss on this year. That's the nature of the business. Every idea doesn't work. I mean, you've seen me get poked in the eye here quite a few times, or have little cheesy trades. It's the business. So they don't have the experience to kind of figure out the hedge fund strategy, because they're going at it like it's their trade. And, retail traders, when trades go against them, they hang on to it and hope to God that it works out, and, hope and pray. Or if it's not a time-sensitive thing or an option or something that'll expire, then, from a swing trade, it becomes a retirement fund, and they just sit on the thing forever. Hedge funds don't do that. This is a business. And that's how they look at it. In every business, you spend money and you make money. Sometimes your ideas don't work. In this industry, that's how you spend money. Other industries, you're buying material and you're buying services and goods and shipping and things like that. And, that's your outlay. And then, down the road, you make a little money. Look at this thing, man. Now it's just blown up. It's blown up my, well, you know what? So really what's going on with this right here is that bear flag triggered, and it's pushing up. If you were playing that shooting star, then the idea hasn't broken, but it'll break at 71. And the reason we did it on the head and shoulders is because we didn't want all that risk that, may very well take us out. And it looks like the daily momentum is starting to, or the 60-minute momentum is turning. Boo, hiss, hiss. I really would have liked to have seen but this is what's interesting, because you could be getting a divergence on the 30. But that's quite a move to break it. Well, that's only 5 points, really. So we shall see. We shall see. I mean, what's nice is I keep getting into this turnaround and getting one off and not really getting hurt trying to play this turnaround. But I'm wondering if my view should change. Composite traded off. The Russell turned around, went back up, giving a double top. Looks like it's trying to break the high and just keep running. Blah. Yeah, I launched the nuke. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, I mean, you gotta know that software. Become a software athlete. The stock whisperer, huh? Surprised Buffett didn't snatch her up. Yo, Warren Buffett, 90 years old, man. Still a sharp guy. I don't know. Am I in denial over here? Hope my boy Dieter held to his stops. What's going on out there, Mr. Dieter? Did you take that stop? So if you guys are hanging out listening to me and you haven't hit that subscribe button, go ahead and hit that button and hit the bell so that you know when I drop things. You'll find some training videos in there that I'm slowly putting together. And if you hit the like, it goes a long way for the channel. I appreciate it. And if you wanted to support the channel, there's a link to PayPal in the description. And you could throw a little support to the channel. That'd be appreciated. So most importantly, hit the like and throw up some chats too. I want to hear what's going on, what you think. And if there's anything I could help you with or explain to you, I'm happy to do it. And that's my public service announcement. We're actually relatively focused on the market today. About this time, we would get into some social or political debates. But today, we're just going to keep it professional. Oh, the Russell is making an M pattern. That would be interesting. And the composite looks like it's trending down. But the S&P wants to be contrary. A contrarian. Actually, I think what's going on with the S&P right now is dark pool trading. And it's a conspiracy. They're listening to my channel, and they know that I'm looking for a break to the downside, so they figured they would ruin my shooting star on that daily chart, which forget about it. So this is why you don't consider a bar until it closes, because this morning, or just not too long ago, it started looking like it was building a shooting star. And now, look at that. That's a powerful bar, which the day's not over, so you can't say that this is just a big old bullish bar until the end of the day. But just so people know and they don't jump the gun and call something it isn't. Looking at this 30, we still have that divergence working, but that momentum's swinging around a little bit. We need that bar to push down. the bar we're in right now, to push down. That would make a double top and look like a good move down. Amazon's taken a good old beating. Somebody out there, I think it was Wyatt, asking me about Amazon, if it was a bear trap or a bull trap. I guess he got his answer. I thought I read that he had puts on this thing, though. Mr. Wyatt, can't find your chat. Oh, 3,600 call next week. Yeah. Oh, this S&P is just grinding up. Entirely frustrating on my spread. No, that's a powerful bar, too. Wow, that's like a good afternoon breakout. We're going to test the high. You think he doesn't notice, or you think that's the game plan? I mean, she'll pitch the AMC. She'll have an opportunity to sell her book. Sounds like a deal has been cut. Man, oh man, oh man. I'm going to have to take this break. 271.20. I really don't want to do this. Hmm. I'm just watching the markets, watching the price action. Oh, those green lines are my trading range, my opening range. So it broke out of the opening range. Now it's trading back and it's below the opening range again. And then arguably that 57 is the opening range again. Well, that's quite a retrace, eh? All right, now look at that 30-minute bar, huh? That's pretty foreboding. Wacky market. I mean, a single top and a retrace like that doesn't even give us an opportunity to get in. For shame. It's got to be the dark pool traders. Wyatt, what are you saying over there, my friend? Oh, is she making him look bad? That's a shame. Yo, Wyatt, that's quite a question. Will it do well tomorrow? I mean, we could look at the end of the day at what the daily looks like, and we'll know whether it'll do well tomorrow or not. Oh, look at that 30-minute bar. Oh, happy days, happy days. Looks such a rundown, though, man. I'm going to have to wait for something before I get in that. That's quite a move. 6 points in this sort of market. So let's take a quick look at the 60-minute from my friend Wyatt. Asked me to dust off my crystal ball. So the 60's negative. So I would expect it to continue to trade down today. I mean, it's just very bearish. It just broke yesterday's low, it looks like. Or, yeah, it looks like yesterday's. No, the 23rd's low. So if it continues down, your next target is going to be the low of the 22nd, the 22nd, which is 34.33. On a daily, what are we doing? We got a little retrace here. Looks like a bear flag's triggering on the 32nd. It's just too much of a move. I'm not interested in taking that. I'm going to have to wait for something substantial to snap. So when we look at the daily, I mean, yeah, look at that. You got that doji, and then I think this might even be a pattern that has a title. But I I mean, that looks rather negative to me. Looks like it's even pushing down to the low of the 21st. Oh, okay, so it already broke the 22nd. So the next low is the low of the 21st, which is 34.34. I mean, you got a whole day left, or half a day left on that bar, but I would argue that things are rather bearish right here. It might make this low and then do a retrace and turn this into a little head and shoulders right here. But oh, Tesla you're looking at. You're looking at Tesla. All that work for nothing, man? That's it. You better throw me a like. Buy me a coffee through that PayPal app. So, I mean, I don't know what their earnings are going to say, and I don't know how everybody feels about it. I mean, everybody knows that these guys are making money on credits. So you start hearing the conversation out there amongst analysts, and now they're kind of looking at that and judging him on that, where it's been acceptable for, like a couple of years already, but now it's starting to be a topic of concern. So I don't know how he'll perform, or they'll perform with their earnings. But I'll tell you what, look at the daily. And this trend line, I remain bullish as long as it's above that trend line. I mean, more than that, what could you say? The momentum is up. I mean, there's no reason to be negative on Tesla, aside from being judgmental about it. But technically, I mean, that gap is a little off-putting. But even the 60s, very, very bullish. I mean, I can't tell you if it'll do well tomorrow, but I could tell you just by looking at it right now, I feel bullish about it. Yeah, these gaps always make me nervous, but it doesn't mean it can't keep running. And, look at the strength in that momentum on the daily. Run, run, run. Ooh, look at that 30-minute bar. Hot diggity dang dang. Credits and Bitcoin. Yeah, I think he backed away from Bitcoin again. But, yeah, I think they made a few bucks, right? Their last earnings, they had quite a return on Bitcoins. But yeah, people are looking at it as a viable business. Is it a viable business? I mean, the fact that he hit a jackpot here and there isn't really what a true fundamentalist is concerned with. That, okay, he's not going out of business because he's cash rich right now, but, it's like if you were buying a gas station down the road and the owner hit lotto. I mean, does it really change your opinion on that gas station? Look at you, look at you, look at you. So let's revisit. That 60 still looks, it's still got a lot more to go to make it. Still a good, healthy bar. I mean, nothing's really changed on that. I mean, the day's not over, but hopefully. I mean, on the 60, I don't know. Would you call this an orderly market? I don't think I would call this an orderly market. Oh, I forgot. It's dark pool. Get that lady's number. Let's get her on this channel. Be like, yo, what's going on with the dark pools with the S&P? It's a hammer on the 5. That's a pretty ominous bar right there. Did somebody say something to cause that that pullback? Oh, yeah. CNBC has a breaking news. Breaking news. Dow climbs 300 points. That'll pull a market back. Oh, no, the Dow kept going. Just to show you how analysts delve into things, there's an article that one of the Hershey jets made an unusual trip to Omaha. That's where Buffett lives. Well, that's basically what it is, Anth. So basically, they're just saying that guys are meeting together off the tape and exchanging securities. But, yeah, you know, if shorters are closing their shorts, I mean, that's going to come off the books. You're going to see that. I mean, you know, shorts are registered. You could track shorts. So it's not like they're going to be able to hide closing their shorts. And I've read about some of the hedge funds that closed down, you know, over GMC and stuff like that. And it wasn't, in large part, it was not because they went net cap non-compliant or something like that. But a lot of the firms looked at the business model and said, okay, you know, we don't like the exposure with, you know, this Reddit and being publicized and these guys being able to organize the shorts. And with all of the attention that this is getting, that just means that the regulators are going to start auditing and crawling up your butt, and that's expense. And you know, they don't get promotions for going to the office and finding nothing. So they're going to find something. You know, I mean, even if it's not egregious and you're making a mistake, they're going to find something. You're going to get sanctioned. So they could open up, you know, a hedge fund, like just rebrand the trading desk. You know, so. I don't know. I think that people are expecting a lot more than they're going to get out of short squeezing. Yeah, you'll move stocks, no doubt, if you could get a good short squeeze going, but you're not blowing up hedge funds. And if you do, it's really smaller hedge funds that are really inconsequential, because if they're getting blown up by a position they're taking, they're not that savvy. I mean, you don't compromise your business like that. I've seen major clearing firms get blown up, but that's because they were clearing a bunch of dummies who did things, and they were even like breaking the law, and the SEC shuts them down, and they have all these positions. They're market makers, and once they shut down, there's no value in the stock because nobody's buying the stock, so their equity just drops, and it's dragged down some clearing firms back in the day. I mean, I haven't seen it since the 90s, and as a result of that, I mean, people change the business model to make sure that doesn't happen to them. So after GameStop, I'm sure the business model changed to protect your risk. Oh, did you? And he didn't listen to you, Anth? He didn't know you. He's talking to the whisperer of stocks. He didn't know he had the barker of stocks. You should have told him who you were. Wouldn't listen, would he? Are you talking about Matt? That's funny. Loop. I generally... Yeah, he lost close to $1 million. Did it put him out of business? And I'm assuming Loop that he was on the short side. No, come on, man. Fall apart. No, the Russell's getting pretty volatile now. Oh, actually, those aren't big moves at all. I'm going to take that 265.21 break if it breaks that last bar. See if we can get into that 30-minute divergence. What time is it? Yep, I don't mind trying that. Hey, well, sounds good, man. There's a link for the PayPal. Shoot me over some money for a Happy Meal. Mickey D's, baby. Yeah, he got hurt. $1 million. Nobody wants to lose $1 million. But I guess he wasn't a hedge fund because, I mean, obviously $1 million more like a retail account. Yeah, and if you think these are big moves, wait until the winter. Because, I mean, really, that was like a 6-point move, you know? I mean, you usually see that just on the break. Pick up a quick 3 points. And then the the move continues. Mickey D's. Oh, do you like to bike? Yeah, I like to bike too. Yeah, they look bigger because it's relative to the small bars moving. So, yeah, it could even get you emotional. You got to open up those charts to make sure you can see the day. This way you know what's going on and keep looking at the numbers, you know. But, yeah, that looks very dramatic, like that 1 minute chart that drop. Bang, 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 bang. But, you know, that's a 6-point move. It's, you know, no big whoop. It's a nice long 5-minute bar, but it looks like it's going to end up retracing. I don't know if it's going to commit. I'm looking at that 65.22 thinking, that might trigger this divergence. This divergence. I mean, I definitely feel like the 30 is getting negative. Look at that 60. She's rolling over. Spend a whole day waiting for that 60-minute chart to give it up. Yeah, well, just make sure you discipline and you stick to your rules and you don't break them, and you'll be trading cash. Every screw up from your discipline is like losing money because it just prolongs your practice time. So you want as many perfect days as you can stacked up. You can argue that this is a micro trend. One thing I love to do is argue. Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, if you can go a month and trade well for a month, you might be ready. But you have to be honest with yourself. You can't take extra heat, let the market go against you without taking your stops. Because if you get in that habit, that's going to blow you up. That Dow just keeps moving. I don't think I'm going to get that sell-off because we just get that Dow support and that Russell support. Oh, you're not working, Anthony? Oh, there you go. There's the break. Got to get to that 22. Taking that break, Anth? No, come on. All right, that divergence just triggered. Now all we need is a little follow through. Yeah, that's a good move to write it down. Come on now. This thing is just not happening. That 5 minutes still very negative. The 2 minutes negative. The 1 minute is creating a divergence. Taking one off, a third of my position, and I'm moving it to a break even. See if we can get the rest of it to run. So you see we had that nice pennant there, and then we took the break of that pennant. I actually took the break up here at that support where it made that little retrace. I thought I was going to get whacked out, but it spared me. And I got 2/3 on. I think I'm just going to get greedy on this one and see if I can get that run. Right now I'm looking for that 62.50. If I could see that, I'll probably take a third off and leave 1/3 on to run. Come on, baby. We want that shooting star. That 60-minute bar is a nice negative bar now, turned around. Still has 8 minutes, but it'd be nice if it pushes right through. This thing. That could be a last kiss. If I get knocked out, I'll take that last kiss again. And it's a last kiss. Looks like could be a flag, but I'm thinking a last kiss. 5 minute looks kind of negative. Although it's building a hammer. Damn. Oh, I'm out. Well, I'm making money today, but it's just on like the first third of my trade. I mean, the thing just shoots down and just no follow through on these breaks. Psh, look at these retraces, unbelievable. So we tagged off of this support like 3 times. And really, I mean, I've got that at the opening range, but now you could just say we're trading within that channel right there. We might even be making a move up to it again. But 3 taps on that support line, that's really something. And this is what we've done all afternoon. We've just been range bound this whole afternoon. And we got all that congestion. That's really what's holding us up right there. $2:00. So we'll probably have a breakout this afternoon, and it's going to be one way or the other. Where are we? 71.22. Such a beautiful day out. Sun's nice and hot. And I'm being a cave dweller. Man, this is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Look at that. I just showed you that crazy bearish bar in no time. Well, now it's a doji. It's very indecisive, but it was a beautiful heavy hammer. It's breaking through the center of that channel. It's probably going to go up to test that high again. What do you guys have for me? Any good news? Any bad news? Any stories of aliens coming in and buying up the shorts of AMC? Mm-mm-mm. ARKF. Super job, Wyatt. I'm not familiar with the company, though. So we put in a double top on the 32nd, and you can see the divergence in the momentum, and it looks like it's just about to trigger that divergence. Interesting that we tested that center, and we could look for a pull down again. I'm going to try to wait for a break of this low before I have another stab at it. So hopefully you've been watching how I just manage these trades on days that I don't see follow through on my setups, and ultimately it turned out to be a pretty profitable trade, but I think I took a lot of trades, just got nickels and dimes out of them. There's a break to the high. Man, I really don't feel it, but I know I have to take that break. If it breaks that that high. I could hear people down on the river. Must be kayakers. Yeah, man, that 30-minute momentum is fading off. No. Making a move up to that upper channel. Oh, Kathy Wood, yeah, ARK Invest, yeah. Oh, trend up on the 30-second chart, and you're talking about. No, I don't see a bull flag there. I mean, this is a trend up, and then it kind of rolled over, consolidated a little bit, made two highs, and popped up, and it's just kind of chopping around in the channel. Try to find you a good bull flag. It's nothing really here I would consider a goal. If you're following my crosshair, you can see this strong move up, this strong move up. Here's the retrace, and the break right here would be a bull flag. I mean, this is all choppy. You could argue that this is a bull flag right here that broke up, but it's just very it's range bound today and just erratic. So you know, patterns aren't really presenting themselves well. When you do get a good pattern and it breaks, it just doesn't run. It's just a frustrating day, and we've been pretty lucky. You know, we've run enough and just taken a little bit off where we're not getting chopped up. But these are dangerous days because that's what happens. You just get chopped up. You keep seeing these entries getting in. They don't follow through. They reverse on you. So, yeah, you know, days like this, sometimes it's better to just walk away or sit on your hands. But we've been lucky. But I was looking for a few things to happen that, you know, presented itself but never came through. You know, like earlier today, you had this beautiful shooting star right here. And it broke, but just didn't run, turned around. And then this bar looked like it was going to create a hammer and do another break, and just turned around. So the market just does not want to fall today. And then even right here, you had this break, but because you have a divergence happening here. So really, we were fighting for early entries, but the divergence triggers once it breaks that 6250. So if we can get into that, we might be able to get a move down. And ideally, what I was expecting, I mean, we've been moving up for quite some time. Yeah, you know, this is quite some move. I mean, this is a little retrace and it popped up, but usually it turns around and starts trending. You know, it'll trend a couple of days the other way and then go. You know, you see, you have like 3 days of trend, 3 days of trend, and, you know. I mean, it retraced and then made new highs. So I'm really expecting a pullback, a consolidation. I really had thought that this day would close on a shooting star. I mean, it would be a shame if we come in tomorrow and we just open low. I mean, it would just be a drag. Sometimes the market just doesn't give you what you want. Yep, you bet, Tom. This is interesting. We just shot up today and then just trend in between here. What time is it? Should be looking at an afternoon breakout if we're going to break. So this is the benefit of having a stream channel also. I mean, this is trading sometimes, just boring. Just sit here and watch it develop. Hey, Wyatt. I appreciate the support. Just got a notification. Thanks so much. Hey, Tommy, thanks. Anytime, my friend, anytime. I appreciate the support. You could argue this is a bear flag right here, Tommy, but what you really want to see is a bar look like that. You know, open, low, close, high, open, low, close, high. When it starts leaving tails, it's kind of subjective. It's a little iffy. I stay away from flags like that. Gonna get ready to take that break to the upside. Hmm. I'm just watching the market, trying to figure out if it's going to do a breakout. I mean, it's just very interesting. We had this aggressive move, created this channel, and just traded in there. And it's not unlikely that you have the afternoon breakout, but it should be happening around now. And then I'm just wondering what they're going to do to the market at the close. You know, they always have that crazy pullback lately. Or, just force it up in the close. Let's see what this momentum does if it changes. I mean, it looks like the bears banged on this support 3 times and just have grown frustrated. Having a wee bit of a pollen attack over here. Yeah, set up a Discord server. Yeah, so you're going to trade, listen to me, work, and chat. I'm just talking to myself over here and I'm missing trades. Although actually today I've been pretty attentive. There we go, testing that high. Just grinding its way up. Look, this is on the 5-minute where you see my cursor dancing around. There's a bear flag right there. That's a little top heavy on that tail, but here's an open close. It's doing a little retrace. If the retrace gets too aggressive, then you would have to back away from it. And that's kind of borderline aggressive right there on the retrace. right? Because you could argue this flag right here, which we talked about, how I don't like the top-heavy bars. And then here's a consolidation. Here's another push-up. So, I mean, you want to see it hold at least a third, right? So that would be half. So, I mean, we could just look at it really on a fib. If we could see the numbers. So it really retraced about 50%. And that's a little aggressive for a bear flag. The probability would be greater if it didn't retrace that much. Doesn't mean it won't work. And you can't even call it a bear flag yet until the bar closes, because it looks like it's just going to continue its march up. Just can't figure it, man. Look at the tail on this thing, and then it turns around and goes back up. So on the 32nd, where I'm dancing, that would be the building of a bull flag if it doesn't retrace too aggressively. And you can see a possible flag right here on the 2 minute. So the flag just triggered. And that's where your stop would go, right below the low of that flag. And if it breaks that low, the flag failed. That's not what you want to see in a flag, that sort of behavior. You want to see it just break and take off. So you could consider closing it if you took that flag right here. It may still very well shoot, but the probabilities change. So now you can see the flag on the 2 minute. The momentum is favorable. It's just on the 30 I'm looking at this divergence right here, which is a little discouraging. 1 minute's got a flag building. 5 minute is building a flag right now. This is where we say that flag fails. Yeah, I made money. I mean, it's been nickels and dimes, producer. It didn't run. Oh, there you go. That 30-second flag failed. So sometimes when a bull flag fails, it turns negative. But you still have you could look at this. This is a classic 2-minute flag. Yeah, it was, yeah, I kept getting one off. Like my first third would come off and then the breakout would snap back in my face. I mean, now we're looking at, I'd like to see this 5-minute flag build, and I'll probably take that flag into that resistance and see if I can get that run. Actually loading up my calls right now. We still have 2 minutes on that bar. So I know I'm quiet, but that's what I should be when I'm trading. So you get this divergence here, which is a little unsettling. And the composite's pushing up, the Russell's pushing up. And now we're getting a retrace. This is just pathetic. Man, you should just be playing the reversals off of these resistances because the breakouts certainly aren't working. I lost 40 cents on that one. Yeah, this winter, this channel will be a lot of fun. Hopefully we'll have a lot of information out so people could trade different types of strategies. And, I'll get that earnings play series out, and I'll get that income strategy out. And then in the winter, we'll have good directionals. Hmm. Hmm. Just keeping those options rich, too. Yeah, Tesla earnings today. I'm kind of apprehensive because of how I see everybody looking at it, now, and kind of throwing shade on their earnings because it's the credits and then the Bitcoin and things of that nature. So I don't know. I mean, it moved up aggressively, so I'm thinking it might be a sell into earnings kind of situation. I mean, you're up 30 points. That's 4.5%. Let's see if we come back down to the middle of this channel. What are we getting? Look at this thing, man. This is a trip. So we had 3 tests of that resistance. It's not bleeding though. It's just trading off. That's NVIDIA? 4-for-1 split. I like when that happens. And it still makes it a $200 stock. There we go, heading back for the center line of that channel. Yeah, I saw that. That's interesting. When they split it, it'll probably pick up some volatility. That might be a good equity to trade. Another indecisive candle on the 30-minute, but you still got 6 minutes. This looks like a little trend reversal there. Might start heading back up for that high. And this is showing a divergence. But really, for this divergence to trigger, it's got to break the low. Well, we're coming on to 3 o'clock, and we just sleepy. So I'm just watching this grind back and forth. It's just staying in that channel. Doesn't commit to any breakouts or anything. Even that double top on the 32nd, I mean, the only thing you saw was 3 points. And it's such a narrow channel, you know. I just feel like there's a move in there. Power hour. I mean, this 5 minute just shows the whole day. Yeah, you know, this is what the whole day was, back and forth. And on the 5, wasn't really showing any double taps to trade it. You might have been able to trade that break right there where my cursor is. I mean, here's a single top. I mean, this is just a channel with a small break. Doesn't really give up anything. Not a good signal. The one gave a good signal right here. But again, just a 3-point move on that. Yeah, we talked about this reversal right here that I missed. I wasn't paying attention to. And this is a single top. Can't really trade that. I'm looking at the 1 minute. But yeah, the morning reversal was key. And still, if you caught that at the most aggressive, you'd be in at 70. Probably get whacked out at 65. I don't think you would have ridden all that chop down. Maybe if you had a runner on, but I mean, I just kept getting one-offs. Think we're just going to fizzle out today? Well, maybe we'll do some talk about some setups next week, because with non-farm payroll on Friday, we could expect more of the same for next week. Just a sleepy kind of situation. We got personal income at 8:30 tomorrow. That's probably the most pressing. Some inflation news. Fed purchases. Those are interesting. Oh, and you got the stress test tonight at 4:30, but I don't think anybody's really paying attention to that. Making our way for the middle of that channel. If we break it, you could kind of expect it to make its way to the lower support. But we're going to have a bit of resistance. Probably about 42.66.70. Non-farm payroll. It just tells you how much payroll has expanded, how many jobs are created. Just non-farm. It doesn't include the farming industry. And yeah, you know, that's a good gauge of how the economy is growing and the job opportunities that are out there. It's a monthly report. It comes out the first Friday of every month. It's a good trade on it too. If the S&P pushes up, it reports at 8:30, and between 8:30 and 9, you look for an aggressive move in the S&P, and then at 9:30 you look for the consolidation, and then well, between 9 and 9:30 you look for the consolidation, and then between 9 and 10 you want to break out of the high or the low, and you take that break, and your stop goes below the consolidation between 9 and 9:30, and it's a pretty good trade. It's usually the probabilities on it are pretty good. We're bouncing off that center line of the channel we've been in all afternoon. I'm listening to this blues song, and it the instrumentals are really good, but the lyrics are ooh wee, and that's like the majority of the song. And then in between a whole bunch of ooh-wees, she says she has to find somebody to help her with the blues, and then the rest of the song is ooh wee. It's very funny, man. This chick is making a fortune with the most basic lyrics. It's Ronnie Earl and the Broadcasters. So the Russell's pushing down now. Composite's just kind of churning around. Bouncing off that center channel line for the S&P. We're above it. That's not in on the chart, that green line. That green line is the opening range, I believe. Yeah, there's a lot of green lines here. Yeah, that's actually the opening range high right there. So that's the high we made in the first 30 minutes. And we're kind of favoring that. We popped above it a few times, but just nothing happening. Maybe we ought to go chat with Matt. They having any fun? It's nothing happening at AMC either. It's down to $1.60 today. Just in a channel, man. It's just churning around in a channel. That's a good support right there. I wonder if we're going to hit that 66, like 99. It's a good target. But she's fighting to stay afloat. I don't think we're going to see any moves other than like the cleanup. Yeah, the relaxing sound. Can you guys hear the breeze? Because it's kind of gusty, and the breeze is blowing through the trees. That's kind of a nice sound, too. Can you hear that? Or is that too subtle? But it's just so boring. So boring. Such a boring market. I guess I don't really want excitement. I would like to see a trade down, though. Close that gap it keeps making over here. You know, I mean, this daily bar is a very strong bullish bar, you know, leaving this gap. And it doesn't have to fill the gap right away, but you know that you're vulnerable, and eventually it will fill that gap. And then with this divergence, you know, it's hard to take these breaks to the upside when you're looking at all of this. So if we could just have our retrace and then we can get comfortable on a march up again. The sound of money rustling. Hey, from your mouth to God's ears. Here's another interesting. I mean, if you look at the 30, we're making these wicks to the downside, but the momentum looks like it just keeps rolling. I mean, we still have 14 minutes on that bar, but could roll that momentum around to the upside. Just knocking around in the upper half of this channel. So some guys were talking about channels. So, you know, this is a very clear channel. You have your support down here. This is kind of an outlier. I'm more comfortable using these two lows. And then you have this top that's very well respected. And we just traded all day in this channel. And you could cut a channel in half and you'll pretty much see it. You know, we'll respect that halfway bar. And then when it breaks through, you can trade through it. That's good when you have like a 20-point channel. I mean, we're only talking about 8 points here. So, I mean, the moves are really nothing. But if you had a nice wide channel, you could trade, get a double top off the resistance, and trade that to the center, and as a target, take something off, hold it, see if it breaks through to trade down. See, like this move right here, you got this top right here. If we look at it on a smaller time frame, this is the reversal that made a clear double top on the 1 minute, and then it traded down, kind of tested the center. So you could have traded it, taken half off here, tested the center line, and then would have given you the rest of the run. I wouldn't bother on an 8-point channel. And normally when a channel is this narrow, 8 points, it's usually easy for the breakout. So that's why I kept trying to take a breakout, because it's only 8 points, and usually you know, that's just a continuation. You know, the breakout just follows through. But not today, baby. And you could understand that also, because look at this move up. You know, so, you know, everybody's a little apprehensive about going further. You know, that's quite a move up. So I think a lot of people are looking for a pullback. It's just this bar isn't committing to it, unless this is a daily giving me the finger. Oh, that one looks positive right there. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, that one's positive, so it's not a finger. So when it gets filled and trends back up, does that mean the new trend is stronger or something? Well, in theory, the trends fill. So when it's trending and the gaps fill. So when it's trending and it fills, it gives you, it makes you take pause, because you know that it should retrace. So I'm anticipating a fill on this gap eventually. And then I look down at the momentum and I see that the momentum is divergent. So that just lends me to believe that this is going to turn around and fill the gap. When the gap's not there, I feel better about the trend up. I don't know if I could honestly say that it's stronger, because the strength is based on the move and the momentum. I mean, these are very, very strong moves. I mean, this is a nice move too. I mean, you know, it opened at the low and closes at the high. That's a very strong bar. But knowing this is here, and I mean, this could fill this gap in a month down the line. It'll come back and trade down and fill that gap. If you look back and you see gaps, you could pretty much use them as targets when the market turns around. But not uncommon also that it just turns around, fills it, and keeps going. So so it gives me gives me pause when I see it. And the manner in which the breakouts behaved kind of lends to the idea that nobody's really willing to go any further with this market because of this gap. And that retrace, I mean, that's really not much. That's only down to 23. I mean, I would be comfortable seeing a 50% retrace. I mean, but that's quite a move. You know, I'd like to see at least the 33%. And that just makes the market healthy because, I mean, that's a lot of expensive stock. You know, that retrace kind of flushed it out, but that was a move up. That was aggressive. People were buying down here. Somebody made a lot of money. Yeah, you know, they're going to want that money. If we do the retrace, we'll flush that money out, and it'll have a nice foundation and can continue its march up. I mean, even the weekly is a divergence. I mean, this weekly keeps trading off, and this bar is very strong. So just makes me feel as though there's got to be a little give back. Oh, we just broke the mid channel, so it might just grind its way back down to that lower part of the channel. Look at that. We were just looking at that bar. And we said that this is probably good support right here, and it's having a little trouble breaking through. And this is my 8 period EMA. This would be the 13. It might make the move for the 13 if it breaks through that little area. Which it's only 2 points. I mean, it's really no big move. Be nice if the market closed up 15. It'll give us a nice shooting star, and we could just flush that gap out and that cheap stock out, and then continue our march up. And then maybe these AMC guys will get what they're after. So we're getting a little momentum and push to the downside, but I mean, it's getting late in the day. I don't know if you could really bank on it, because people start cleaning up their books. This thing starts whipping around all over the place. Got a bear flag building on the 5-minute, but I mean, that's a brand new bar. It's going to have to close, and the next bar will break this bar's low, and that will trigger the flag. And we shall see. I'm just watching the market. We got 3 minutes left on that 30-minute bar. It's a pretty strong move down. We've moved into the lower part of the channel. That 5-minute bar just kept moving down. Didn't really make that ideal bear flag. Oh my. On the 30, we broke that EMA. Might head down for 42.64. If we could break that 42.64, we're probably heading for 63.50, which would be the channel low. Breaking that, I think I'm looking at 59 or 42.60. And that'll give us a nice shooting star on the daily. Russell's retracing a little bit, and the composite's retracing a little bit. So if they don't turn right here, it'll probably pull the S&P up. Oh, composite turned. Russell's still retracing. Here we go, hitting the support of the 13 EMA. Pop through that, we might see the 6350 we're looking for. It's finding support at that 64. One minute momentum is rolling around. 2 minute still looks kind of bearish. So now on this 30, you could kind of look at this as resistance. That 8 period EMA. See if it blows right through that. Just not aggressive. Looks like composite might be selling off a little bit. Russell is still doing that retrace. Looks like people are hanging in with me to the close of the market. So I hope everybody hit the like and hit the subscribe and hit the bell if you like what's going on here. And feel free to chat, ask any questions you want. Happy to answer them. Check out the videos I upload and see if any of those training videos are of use to you. Mostly I like to chat because I'm a lonely guy. Oh, and you could share the Twitter handle. So we're in the lower half. We're in the lower half of the channel. You could see. So this is good to get your eye accustomed to and make these. You know, like I said, this is a very narrow channel, and usually on a narrow channel you have a good chance of a breakout. But on a wider channel, and if you're looking for like maybe 14, at the very least 14-point spread, you could look for double tops at the supports and the resistance and just trade it back and forth inside the channel. And actually, I do better on those days than I do on expansion days because I can get 4 or 5 good trades in and you know, pick up. If it's a 14-inch wide channel, you could pick up 7 points on an option. You know, so it's $700 a contract. So I really like those days. But these narrow channels, when there is good volume and volatility in the market, the breakouts are phenomenal in these narrow channels. Those are like the fun breakouts. But again, I think everybody's looking at what I'm looking at, which is this daily with that gap and this divergence, and nobody wants to commit on that breakout. But nobody's really ready to bring it down to close that gap yet. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm kind of feeling that they're going to push down aggressively, not close the gap, but kind of set the tone for a little consolidation for tomorrow. And tomorrow's Friday, so I mean, this started Monday, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, yep. So everybody who made this money will take it off the table. They won't carry the risk through the weekend. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a consolidation or a retrace. You know, especially with this deviation here, and then you're looking at a weekly deviation. I hope I'm being objective. I mean, I would like to see it, so I'm trying not to be biased. I'm not taking any trades, obviously, because the market just gets really disorderly in these hours. Composite looks like it's pushing down. Every time I say that, it turns around and pops back up and pulls the NASDAQ up. But if the composite drops off, it'll help the NASDAQ. If the composite drops off, it'll help the S&P. Russell's hanging tight. Doink. There you go. I just bounced it back. Any questions out there? Anybody want to know anything? It's fighting to stay up. Looks like it's going to test that center line again. This is where it's going to start getting really whippy. May just come in and push it higher. Here's an example of a bull flag. Strong run up, retrace, breaks that retrace. That's your entry point. This is the test. It's got to pop the pivot, and then it goes. Got a good uptrend. There's the break. So this becomes your new entry, which it triggered, and then this thing turned around. So your stop goes here. If it breaks that, the flag failed. And you can see how strong a support that is right there. So it's still a good flag. Your next test is the pivot high. There's the test. Now she should run. but that's not how it should behave. You really want to see it run once it triggers. So if I saw this behavior, I might be inclined to close the position. All right, cool. I'm glad you got that. This is what I call the who knows hour. Last 10 minutes, really, they start cleaning up. And the thing just shoots all over the place. Now all the markets are doing their own thing. What on earth is it doing? Just sitting here staring at the price action. Really, at this point, we could just look back at the end of the day and just figure out what it did. I'm just finding it interesting how it's using this channel here. So you could see the erratic movement after 350. I mean, you just don't want to trade during these hours. This is just people cleaning up their books. Maybe some pros taking a position or booking profits. It's just bouncing all over the place. And in the next 4 minutes, the picture could look entirely different. Oh, this is a long 2 minutes. And that's it. That's a wrap. So we didn't really get that shooting star we're looking for on the daily, but interesting day. I mean, technically, there was a lot to learn today, and you got to see what a channel looks like, and that's a pretty good deal. That's a good day. We made a few bucks, so we can't really argue about this. Anyway, I want to thank everybody who joined me today, and everybody who has been sponsoring this channel through PayPal. And there's a link down below if you guys want to contribute in the description where you can sponsor the channel. And I appreciate all the likes and the chats and everything. And tomorrow we'll get started at 9, but I'm going to pull a half day because I'm heading for the boat. So next week ought to be very interesting because we're going to see how we do streaming from there. But I'm kind of committed to the channel, so if that doesn't work out, I might become a landlubber. So anyway, once again, thanks, and enjoy your evening.